Okay, so sorry for the interruption. So yeah, for as we all are discussing, for every programming language, the logic is very important. Let's discuss about all the logics in the programming languages and logics in blockchain just for today, because let's get familiar with them. So now we are going to learn about basics of pseudocode. If somebody already knows programming languages, just follow up with this thing. If someone is new to it, just please be responsive in the chat group, because it may help you in writing the program much faster and much efficient. So yeah, so our topic is basics of pseudocode in programming. So first, what is a pseudocode? Pseudocode is nothing but, in computer science, pseudocode is used to describe the steps followed in an algorithm via simple human comprehensible language. Thus, it has no syntax of any programming language. It can be understood by a layman. Yeah. So as you all know, we have some advantages of pseudocode. Like it helps in focusing mainly on including all the essential steps to solve the problem. Thus, the solution tends to be comprehensive. So as we all know, if we got a problem or any problem statement is there, so first we need to rectify. In order to rectify it, we need to uh, cut down the problem into simple steps. So first, where the problem starts, like how it works in the process and how is affecting in any other way, and how to, so for in order to cut down these problem into steps, these pseudocode helps in a lot of, just 1 second. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. Yeah. This pseudocode focuses mainly on including all the essential steps to solve the problem. Thus, the solution tends to be more comprehensive. Yeah. So reviewers can quickly review the pseudocode and verify if the steps if the steps are generated in desired outcome. While writing the pseudocode, you can focus on all possible scenarios. So it helps you understand the potential problems that might come up later. So, and since you are not worried about the coding or the syntax, you can concentrate on the actual problem more. So, the whole point of taking this block level of programming is like most of the these generation in this era, most of the programmers are not finding programming difficult, but the testers and the debugging section is more complicated. To to just rectify this problem, we are using block level of programming, because it is easy to understand by any other, like from third grade kid to a engineer as well, right? So yeah, we are not worried about coding syntax, but you can concentrate more on the actual problem. We don't need to remember all this Morse code. Like usually in the C programming language, we have all this hash keys, double slashes, comma, semicolons, all these. So these all minute errors will take much time to analyze, and then even to build the program also it will take around 3 to 4 hours, as compared to the block level of programming. We can only write the program in few minutes, and it is very easy to debug the program. And writing the pseudocode will help you writing the code much easier. Works as a documentation of This pseudocode works as a documentation of code. So even a layman without no coding knowledge can refer to the pseudocode. So now let's switch on to the activity. So the activity's name is profit and loss. So we need to create a pseudocode to calculate or to see the profit or loss. Yeah. For suppose, yeah, this is the example of having a pseudocode. So now that we have to fair understanding of flow charts and pseudocodes, right? So let's try to implement the same profit and loss problem using pseudocode. So first suppose we have a program, we have a process, and we are rectifying it in steps. So in a such a way that, so if program starts, read the cost pricing, read the selling price. So we all know in mathematics we learn that if selling price is greater than cost price, then we'll get the profit. If cost price is more than selling price, then it is loss. So that this simple part is called logic. So if selling price is greater than cost price, then the profit is equals to selling price minus cost price. This is called profit. And print profit is print profit. This statement, as you all know, we can see it in the output. So wherever this print statement is there, then the program will stop working on background and it will show the output. So we are printing the profit. If else means like selling price is less than cost price, then it is loss. So loss is equals to cost price minus selling price, print loss, vice versa, and the program ends. So if we simplify this pseudocode into steps, it will be like start of the program, setting up. So these are setting up the program, like reading the costing price. Like if user is giving input, okay, these are all setting up. So start, set up, then logic or the process. So here we are using a condition. If is a, as you all know, if is a condition. Start, setting up, process, and outcome. Print statements are outcomes. We got the outcome. Then program ends. So in similar way, pseudocode will like writing the program in pseudocode before writing the program helps us making the program much easier. Let's discuss another activity. So next activity is odd or even. So I have to create a pseudocode to check whether the number is odd or even. Yeah, let's try to implement this in odd and even numbers. So when program starts, read the number n. If n is divided percentile 2 is not equals to 0, then print even or print odd. So this symbol indicates if the number is divisible by 2 or not, right? So we all know if the input number, so this is the setting up, we are setting up the input number as n. So if n is divisible by 2 double equals to means equals to 0, then print even, else print odd, and then the program ends. So that's how we calculate the odd. And another activity, above average marks. So this the pseudocode print above average marks if the average marks in 3 subjects are greater than 75. So here he gave that we have 3 subjects as inputs, like 3 different subjects, and if the average marks are less than or equals to 75, then print below average marks. So program starts. So read marks for the subject A, marks for the subject B, marks for the subject C. Program started, setting up to a variable which is sub A, sub B, sub C. You can use any other variable. Then calculate average marks, another variable, equals to subject A plus subject B plus subject C divided by 3. So this is how we calculate, like sum of all outcomes divided by total number of outcomes. So we have three outcomes, inputs. Three sum of all inputs divided by total number of inputs. So sub A plus sub B plus sub C divided by 3, and print average marks. If average marks are greater than 75, print above average marks, else print below average marks. That's it. So this whole point is to understand how the pseudocode works and how it will get generated. And so simplifying this, we have just learnt about how pseudocode is written, like before writing the program, and how it helps to understand the program much better. As you all can see here, only everything else is same, like starting of the program, ending of the program, setup, everything is same, but we, for every different problem, we need to come up with a different logic. So here the logic is this one, calculate the average marks in 3 subjects divided by 3, and here it is in the even and odd numbers. If the number is divisible by 2, then it is even, or else it is odd. Then here in profit and loss, if the number is greater than and less than, if the selling price is greater than cost price, then it's profits, and else it is loss. So that's how. So it is very important to understand the logics. Even when we are teaching to the children, like all new student, we have to keep in mind that they don't need to get what is there on the program. So everyone have a different mindset of writing a program, right? So we need to focus more on understanding the logic. So if the kid is understanding the logic or not, and he can write the program in any other way. So that's how it will be more hands-on, and also they'll learn better. And this is a activity, quite key. So now we're gonna learn about variables in basics. So yeah, as you all know, we have in mathematics, we have 2 types of numbers, like one is variables and one is constant. As the name says, variables is nothing but which varies to the time frame, and constant is a constant number or a constant value which doesn't change even the program changes. Yeah. First of all, why do we need variables? So what is the role of variables in program? And for that I have an example, so I'll read out. If you have thrown a party in which the menu consists of your famous soups and noodles, as your guest readies the soup, you go to the kitchen to ready the noodles. You suddenly realize that you don't have enough clean bowls to serve the noodles. So you quickly grab the dirt ones and clean them to use the bowls previously to serve the soup, to serve the noodles for the guest, and the day is saved. So here I want to take the example of a program. For suppose the noodles are a value, are the values, and the empty balls are the constants. So wherever you want to store a value in some variable, right? And after that you need to put it out and run in one program. Then we need to take the same value and iterate in the next step, and fill the next value comes in the same ball. So these balls are indicated like variables, and the noodles are values. So we have to understand that. Then what are variables? A variable is something that can take or store different values as a program is executed. Just as a bowl is used to store different things, a variable is used to store different values such as numbers and words. So data types and variables. Data type identifies the type of data that is declared. Variables can hold. Thus, it indirectly helps the computer to understand what operations need to be performed on these variables. So, here you can see the figure explaining about different types of data in variables. So, data is something that you can store or use, recreate, right? So, here we have integer type of data, character type of data, boolean type of data, floating point number data, string data. So in integer is nothing but it's a number, plus or minus value, and thus character is something which is in alphabets like A, B, C, D, and you're gonna learn about this boolean is an expression, float point number, and string value is a set of characters, you can say, and float point number is dot or a decimal value, or 3 by 4 or something like that. I'll explain. Now, integer type of data. We're gonna go into every type of data in detail. So, integer data type variable store integer values only. They store whole numbers which have 0, positive and negative values, but not decimal values. For example of declaring an integer variable is equal to int a2. So this int is nothing but integer value. So if you are indicating an integer value to a variable, so int variable, here I took a, int a equals to 2. So 2 is a number. So variables of the integer data, they are only capable of holding single values. These variables are not capable of holding long list of values. So there are some more methods of holding the data. We have lists. We have like if you have for suppose you want to have a list of the students in your classroom, then we use those kind of list type of data storing. We're gonna learn it in further sessions. And float point number data type. So float point numbers are used to store decimal values, as I said. They hold real numbers with decimal values. For example, of declaring a float point number is equal to float a 1.1. So these things are called syntaxes. So you have to note it down, in my opinion, because these are the important points in writing a program. So float a equals to 1.1. So this decimal value is called a float type. Depending on the programming languages, the syntax is to declare the float point variable changes. Now character type. Character type variables are used to store the character values. Syntax of declaring a character. The variable is to specify the programming language that we are using. If a user tries to create a character variable and assign it with a non-character value, the program will throw an error. So, for example, if we are declaring a character with multiple words, like for suppose hello, HELLOW, if you give char type of char type variable, it won't take, it will show you an error. So char is just for one variable where you can store. So char a equals to w. You can use any other variable here like b, c, d, anything. So char a equals to w. W here you have to note it down because this w is in quotations, right? So whenever we are indicating characters or string type of data, we need to use double quotations. So the character type data is the smallest data type in programming languages as it consumes very less number of bits. So you all know how data is stored, right? The data is stored in bits and bytes. So what are these bits and bytes? So I just give you a little example. So you all know that the program will understand in binary language, so it's which is mostly zeros and ones, right? So these 8 bits is called a byte. So this bits are very less when compared to the numbers we are using. So if we are using characters, the size of the data is very less. So that's why the character data type is the smallest data type in the programming language. So now a string data type. To extend the character data type, a user may have a requirement to store and perform an operation of a sequence of a character. For suppose we are writing a name, so we need a we need a sequence of characters, right? So so I am Johnny, so my characters are J, O, H, and Y. So if we are using them in a sequence, we have to use in double quotations, starting like string A equals to I am a string variable, or I am Johnny Sukhawata, or I am in PAI ICT Academy, right? So this is a sequence of characters. String data type is nothing but sequence of characters. In such cases, the string data type is present to fit the gap. So the string data type stores the value in a sequence of characters. That is, this is a string format. Boolean type of data. So this is a subtype of integer data type called Boolean data type, which stores values in Boolean type only. That is true or false. Users can choose between the data types of variables as per the program needs and assign the variables in an appropriate data type. So for example of declaring a Boolean variable is like bool a true, Boolean a equals to true. So here the Boolean data type only has true or false. So here we are not using any other statements, and also you have to be clear that if you are using a Boolean data type, you shouldn't use double quotations. Only for character and the string we use quotations. For nothing else we should. If we put true in double quotations, it becomes a string, so that the program will give error. So this is bool a equals to true. Here the true is not in double quotations, so the program takes it as a Boolean data type. Yeah, next naming rules. Naming variables make it easier to call them by performing their operations. The name of variable also suggests what information the variable contains, right? So below are some rules for naming a variable. Variable name cannot start with a number. It must start with an alphabet or underscore, right? And a variable name is case sensitive. So sum and sum are two different variables because we are using uppercase and a lowercase here in sum and sum. A variable can only contain alphanumeric characters and an underscore. So or else it will be two different types of variables. So these are the rules, and let's go to this variables in PictoBlocks, where we can see creating a variable in PictoBlocks. So I have to open the variables palette in the PictoBlocks. I'll make it a little visible a little more. Yeah, here on the below on this part you can see variables in orange. So this is my variable, set my variable, change my variable, show variable, hide variable. So first we have to create a variable, and then delete this, and then we have to use all these sets here. Yeah. So it is, let me set on the screen. Yeah. Okay. So open the variables palette and select one make variable. A small dialog box will appear in the center of your screen asking the variable name. Give it any name of your choice and just click it OK. As we create one, for suppose I am creating PAI. So, and here it's asking which data type is your variable. My data type is not number, it's a string. So, and also it's asking for, is it for all sprites or is this only for one sprite? Well, let's say all sprite is just we are checking. So here you have to select, you have to put a name to it and click on OK. So here this variable is created and everything else. So pi. So we can see our own variable. Set pi to 100 and then change number of my variable. So as I told, variable is like a bowl and the numbers are like noodles. So you can change the type of noodles every time. Something. Yeah, this is how it works. So as you all can see, manipulating a variable using blocks. Now let's see how to assign values to a variable, change them, etc. So I want you guys to open PictoBlocks and keep it ready and try to follow up what we are doing in the activity so that you will have a hands-on experience on this thing. Just give me a second. Yes. So now let's see how to assign the values to the variables and change them. The set to block will set the specified variable to the given value, be it a string or a number. So there, when we are creating a variable, it asks whether it's a number type or a character type, right? So that's how it. And the change block will change the specified value by any given amount. So as we all know, we are going back to the pseudocode again. So for suppose we are following the pseudocode, when flag is clicked, which is start of the program, then making a variable, so setting my variable. So here the second step. So initially, which number is my variable or this pi variable is been set to. So the second step is setting up, right? So and now third, the change block. So we use this set variable block in the setup block. Then change by block will change the specified variable by a given amount. So we'll have change my variable. So we'll take it in the process somewhere in middle of the program. So it's my variable and change it by 1. So initially it was 0 and we are changing it by 1. Look and yeah, if we connect it here and plus flag, so it will change to 1 as you all see in the output. The my variable block simply holds its variable and reports it when the variable is called back. So this block, so my variable block, just hold it, or even the so you can just put this block in some other variable, like I'll say in looks I'll take say for 2 seconds and then I'll put I'll put this variable. This is, so pi is my variable, right? So I'll put it here. Then let's see. So the Toby is explaining so whatever the value the variable is holding in this time, like in this second of time when the program is iterating. So this value will appear there. Yeah. And then activity. Now we are tracking the sprite's position continuously using variables. So I want you all to follow the activity by opening PictoBlocks in your Android phone or in your system, and do the activity with me continuously because it will be more effective. So, and this is the program. So for every variable we have as we discussed in the earlier classes, we have x and y positions in a plane, right, in the animation. So we are taking one sprite there. Yeah, and so set x position and set y position. So forever we are setting x and y position. So that's how we are taking the motions. So let's get to know about this more. So we have to create two variables x and y. We'll use them for Toby or any other character you like. Toby x and y positions representatively. They change the background to XY grid to visualize the position of the character in the grid, and add the green flag block to start the script, and then set x and y positions to 0 by setting the x and y variables using 0, and then add the forever loop block below, and when the flag is clicked, so when we have to move the Toby, then from the motion plate go to x and y block and drag and drop x y variables inside, right? So let's try this. So I'm changing this. First we have to set x and y positions, and we have to track the creating my blocks. X is a number, y is also a number. So let's take set x to 0 and set y to 0. So we are not taking pi as of now. And now we are taking forever block here, so yeah, we are taking this x position to x, so it's initially set to 0, and y position to y. Now let's move on to the next set of lines of code. So here we are taking, for each arrow the character has to move 10 steps. Let's say positive x, negative x, positive y, negative y. So this is how we are adding for left arrow -10, which makes the Toby move left. Vice versa. So for similarly for another, so we are taking this control block. Sorry, event block. My left arrow, and this is right arrow. So -10 and +10. Again we duplicate the block, duplicate this block. So this is up arrow, which indicates, sorry, down arrow, which indicates negative y-axis, up arrow, which indicates positive y-axis. Now let's try. When the program is running, so you can see in the output block here on stage. So the current position of the sprite is, this is 0 0. 0 0 means the exact middle point of the grid of the stage. So whenever we are pressing down, it's going to -90. So the entire stage's height is -140 or -200. Similarly, if we are moving up, the values are increasing and the Toby is moving up. So this is y-axis, and for x-axis, negative x, -210, 220, positive x, plus 220. And we can also move around here, 220, -10. So this is how we understand the position of sprite. So whenever we are coding, so in the move blocks there are go to x and y positions. So this or pick a random. So whenever it picks a random, we are it's hard to calculate the exact position of the sprite. So this is how we can create a extra variable block and track the position, or you can use any other variable types for in any other usage in the program. Right? Yeah. So let's take a short break from this, and then I would like you all to follow this program and make the activity possible, and please respond in the chats if you are done with the activity. I'll just take this as so I can continue from the next PPT. 5 minutes water I need. Anyway, they might follow the program. Ah! Superb. How is it today? This sounding and everything? Oh, it's okay. So I'll take theory today. Then so you try to fix it by Monday now. Because
tomorrow holiday?
Sunday. My schedule is 11. No, right? 10:30, right?
What I will do is set this camera to default. So when I will click on that
Yeah.
project, it will automatically detect it. The problem here is we have started the studio. It's recording, it's live, so we can't do any setting if we want.
Yeah. I know. It's okay. It happens. But good, yeah. You're managing very well. It's fine. Automatic operations. This will take half an hour, pakka. Conditional treatment.
So in AI, you are explaining these things, right? Only programming and
No.
what is what?
Today I took this part. Actually, I have to explain about face recognition, fingerprint detection, or sign detection. We have to receive the kits, the robots. So we'll distribute among them. But for online, I can show it here, right? So that's how it's planned. But even they actually, the teachers didn't know these, like what is a pseudocode, what is this, what is that. So it will be. Sorry. Welcome back, everyone. So I guess everyone is online. So yeah, our next topic is arithmetic operations, where you all know this arithmetic operators means mostly the operations which we do using numbers, like mostly in mathematics. So let's get to know about them. What are operators first? So operators are symbols that tell the computer to perform a specific mathematical or logical manipulation. So following are the different types of operations in pictoblocks. So these there are arithmetic operations, there are relational operators, logical operators, and now we're gonna learn about arithmetic operators. So here in pictoblocks you can see in the green color operators block we have plus, minus, asterisk and backslash. So this plus indicates the addition operator. So addition will, as you all know, addition adds the value on either sides of the operator, and the subtraction to the right hand operand to the left hand operator, and multiplication or multiplies the value on either side of the operator. Division divides from the left hand operand by the right hand operand. So while using this operations in pictoblocks, we have to keep in mind that in positive and asterisk it doesn't make any difference whether whichever the value like bigger or smaller value. For suppose there is 2 plus 3, you can put 2 here or 3 here or 3 here, 3 on the left side and 2 on the right side. Anyway, the outcome will come like 5. But when you are subtracting, if you put 2 minus 3, it will go minus 1. The output will be minus 1. So here we have to know that subtractions, the subtraction operator will take the right hand operand from the left hand operand. And even for the division, the same. The left hand operand divides by the right hand operand. So yeah, and this is at the MOD, this block. So MOD is here. So this block is for the modulus. So wherever we need the remainder, so modulus operator calculates the remainder when two variables are divided. So please note this operation can only be performed with an integer, with not with any other string type of or float type of data values. Now let's switch on to the activity. Activity is named as addition bot. Take user input of 2 number and display there using sum by using the variable blocks and pictoblocks. So here we are combining the variable part as well, and we are taking a sum. So first let's ask the user of input of 1, ask the user to, so this is the process that we're going to follow, and ask the input of user 2, perform the addition operation of number 1 and 2 and save the result in the variable of the answer. Display the answer to the user using say block for these many seconds. So for that we'll take some interesting new type, new folder, and we'll delete Toby, take new sprite. Let's take Isaac. We'll drag backdrop here. Let's take a colorful city. So Isaac is here. I'll reduce his size to 70. Now let's go to the program. So you can use ask and wait blocks to get the input from the user from number 1 and number 2. Using the ask operator, uh, the block will add an input blocks with a specified number of text above it. At the bottom of the stage, the user can write the answer in it and submit, which is stored, and then took the input from the answer block. Now we have to make 3 variables. For one is store the value of the first input, second is to store the value of the second, third one is to show the store the final output. So let's go to program. So we are creating variables. I have to make a variable of, let's say, number 1, and it is number and for all sprites. Click on OK and make this variable number 2 and click on OK. So we have 2 numbers, and third one is the result. So now we have 3 variables. So here we can take the ask and wait from sensing block. So we need 2 of them, and we have our variables, set variable. Now let's see. So when flag is clicked, ask the number and to enter number 1 and wait. If we got the answer, we have to take the answer and set number 1 to the answer, right? So go to control, events. When flag is clicked, ask, enter and the first number, and then set number 1 to the answer. Answer will be in the ask block. Now ask, enter second number, and wait and put that answer to number 2. Now we have to set result to number 1 plus number 2. Now let's go to variables, set the result to the operations here, and then to take number 1 plus number 2. So either side you can put operand on the left or right. So for the addition it's same. So we have set number 1 and number 2, and then we have to go to motion, say, looks, see, addition, I'll take one more say block. Here in the operations we can join both. Join so here I have to go to variables, take number 1, here we have to take plus number 2. So we are joining number 1 plus number 2, and the result is I have to take one more join here, so it's equals to result. So let's run the program. So Isaac is asking me to enter number 1, so I'll take 5 and enter the second number into 9. So the addition of two numbers is 14. So this is how we can create a simple character, a program which can run. So it, like a calculator, very simple. So I'll just take one random number. Addition of two numbers is, so yeah, and here you can also see the result. So yeah, that's how the operators plus and minus will work. That's how the activity works. And now we have assignment operators. Here we have a set A to 50. This operator is used to assign the values on the right to the left of the variable. So this is equals to, so just like setting one variable to the exact same value. So this is called assigning operator. So 1 equals to means assigning this particular value to that variable. Then we have plus equals to. Plus equals to, this operator assigns the result of the variable, adding the current value of the variable on the left to the value on the right. And minus equals to means the operator assigns the result of the value on the left after subtracting the value of the variable on the right from the current value on the left, right? So we'll use these operators later in our program. And we have asterisk equals to. So this operator assigns the result to the variable on the left after multiplying the current value and the variable on the left to the value on the right. So first it will multiply these both and then assign the left value, so whatever the result is, to the particular variable we took. So here we took the variable as x and backslash equals to. Similarly, this operator assigns the result of the variable on the left after dividing the current value of the variable on the left from the value on the right. So anyway, even for asterisk and subtraction and the backslash, which is division, for these three it will multiply the left value from the right value, right? So and the result will be stored in the left, so that the variable will be set to the result, which is mostly the left value. Now increment operator, so we mostly use this operator more frequently just to increase the iteration, just like whenever we are printing some symbols of a triangle of a symbols, or counting the numbers from 1 to 100. So this increment operator adds one value to the same variable after one iteration. So a plus plus. So this has the same meaning as a equals to a plus 1. So here a is one variable, we set it to 0 for suppose, and we are adding. So after printing a, for suppose a equals to a plus 1, print a, and then iterate to, if it is in a loop, if it is in a forever loop, a is 0, then 0 plus 1 is equals to 1. So we'll print 1 and then it will goes back. So now current value is 1 and 1 equals to 1 plus 1. Got it right? So now the second value is 2. Print 2. So it is printing 0, 1, 2. So the count goes on until we stop the iteration. So then we can use a condition if some number is equals to if a is equals to 10, then return to 0. So then the program will stop. So we can get the output from 0 to 10. So in this block coding, we can use the change block to do the same operation with one value, and vice versa decrement operator. So the decrement operator subtracts one value. So a minus minus has the same meaning as a equals to a minus. It just works like a plus plus. So in block coding we can use change by block to the same operation. We just have to add minus 1 in place of 1. So this is called decrement value. So let's see let's recall what we learned in this operators, arithmetic operators and logical operators. So yeah, we have 3 different types of operators. In that we are learning about arithmetic operators. So in arithmetic operators we have addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, modulus. So these are 5 basic arithmetic operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division and modulus. And we also learned about this assignment operators. Assignment operators, in that we have equals to, plus equals to, minus equals to, asterisk equals to, divided by equals to, and then increment and decrement operator. So these increment operator is a equals to a plus 1, decrement operator is a equals to a minus 1. So all these set of 5 plus 3, yeah, these all operators are called arithmetic operators. So let's if anyone is not done with this program, please try to note it down. I'll just give you a break of 2 minutes. So we'll start the class again at 10:10. So if you have any other queries, please let me know in the chat box. So whether you are following, whether you are able to start the pictoblocks, or are you finding any difficulty here. So I'm already available on live chat. So if you have any other request or doubts or something, please let me know in the chat box. I'll be answering them. So we'll just spend the next 10 minutes. So we're gonna end the session at 10:30, right? So we're gonna spend the next 10 minutes in the Q&A session. I would love to see you guys in this chat box if you have any other queries regarding the topic that we have discussed till now. So so far we have worked on pseudocodes, right? So if I have any doubt on pseudocodes, please let me know. So that we have learned about understanding pseudocodes, then variables, what are variables, then arithmetic operations. So We have finished 3 topics. If you have any doubt regarding these 3 topics, please let me know in the chat box. I'll be here. So I didn't get any responses so far. Please, if you have any other um, doubts on this program or this joining block, if you didn't understand anything, please let me know. Let's have this Q&A session more responsive, please. So I can see all your good morning texts and everything. But if you have any queries or doubts so far, please let me know. And I guess from tomorrow, from Monday, we're gonna start this AI sessions as well, and slowly we'll get the robots which can be integrated using IoT, this voice commands, um, and so far we have finished our face recognition, gesture recognition softwares, and some speech to text or text to speech. So these all extensions we're gonna learn about from Monday. So then whenever we have the robots in our hands, then you can also have hands-on with the robots, and we're gonna display it on the program as well as here. Yeah. I'm So we still have 5 minutes. If you have any Q&A, please let me know in the chat box till now. Some is waiting. So for the next topics we have um, in operators is done. So we have conditional statements and logical operators and nested conditional statements followed by loops and the game. So I guess we'll follow this for Monday, and we're gonna provide you teacher notes in your official this group, so that you can have um, any notes that you want to follow. And mostly we'll send out a Google form to fill in up the assignments that we're gonna plan. Like you're gonna have a simple question and answer type. So you just have to fill the form which comes in the group, and we will collect the responses, and that will help you to excel in the um, topic as well. So the next session is on cloud computing, as you all know. So it will start at 11 mostly. So or 10:45 I guess. So 10:45 it will start. So we'll have a 15-minute short break, and we're gonna end up the session like just in 3 minutes. So if anybody have any other queries, please let me know in the chat box. So I'll be available and I'll answer them. So we have a few more minutes to discuss like any other two topics, and yeah, we'll recall all the programs again. Here you can see. I just want you guys to be familiar with the all the blocks here in motion. What is looks? What is sound? Events, control, sensing, uh, operators, variables, and my block. So my blocks is to create your own block with the function, with a specified function, and so that it will be easy for you to execute the program as well. And so if, I'm gonna take a break from this class now, and you're gonna have your cloud computing class in just right 15 minutes from now. So thank you so much. If you have any other queries or any feedback that you want to give me, please reach out to your concerned authority so that they'll get back to me here as well. And thank you for your time. So I'm gonna give a short break of 15 minutes. So if anyone is ready, and next section is on cloud computing. So Bharat will take the session. So thank you. I'm gonna wind up the session.
Docs. Use the clickable sections below to skip to each section. To open Google Docs, open your web browser and go more about how to use Google templates to rename and the internet be saved to the document here. You want them to be able to. You can also, but make sure you're clicking share and then typing like this. Collaborators can add comments on the doc to share with others.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the session 3. So, yesterday, first I'll recap about what we have done yesterday and day before yesterday, and next I'll going to show you what we are going to do today. So today is more about documents, Google Drives, Sheets, what exactly how the cloud is helping us to do all the things. So just you have any? I think yesterday I have given some work of doing presentation for you. Let me have a chart of you. How many of you are done with the presentation? Be genuine. If you are not done, let me know so that I can help you if you have any problem. Or else, if you are done, just ping in the chat. Yes, we have done. And also with that, tell me what topic you have chosen and on what topic you have done. So I'll give 5 minutes for you. So you just ping in the chat. Yeah. So I think no one is done. I request you, if you have done the presentation, please put it in the group. Sorry guys, there is some problem with the power cut. So welcome back to the session. Yes, let me know any update from yesterday task. Anyone done with the presentation, or if you are facing any problem, please let me know. If not, I'll start with my session. First 5 minutes I'll recap what we have done yesterday. So I'll just give you 2 minutes. Please ping in the chat that how many of you done. If you are done, what topic you have done. If not, tell me what is the problem you are facing. Yes. Are you done or not? Okay, so I feel that no one is done. Okay, I'll just recap what we have done yesterday so that you'll have some idea of recapping. So someone is not there yesterday so that they can also learn things. So yesterday we started with types of clouds, and then we divided the types of clouds into different types, and then we came into the services provided by the clouds. So I'll just recap how many types of clouds are there and how many types of services cloud will provide. So coming to the types of clouds, we have a public cloud, private, and the hybrid. And the primary clouds are public and private. And then addition of public and private comes the hybrid cloud. And we also have community cloud, and we also have multi-cloud. So these are the clouds. Okay. And then coming to the services provided by the cloud is infrastructure as a service the cloud will provide, and platform as a service the cloud will provide, and the software as a service the cloud will provide. So I told you some examples of what is the use of what service, and I also told you who uses what service: developers, okay, and the end users, okay, business. So these are the three people uses different types of clouds. Okay, so that's what yesterday we have done. So getting into the picture, we know what are the clouds, what type of clouds, and what are the services provided by the cloud. So now today we'll see some what called products which is provided by the cloud. So the tools Google will provide in the Google is Google Docs, Google Sheets, and the Google Slides. We have Google Notes, and many are there. So today we'll explore the productive tools of Google Docs, Google Sheets, and Google Slides. So I'll show you how exactly these things will work. Okay. Going into the, so what are the Google Docs? So I think you all know what is the document. So we have different providers will provide different docs. So one of that is Google Docs, which is provided by the Google, and we also have an offline called Word document. I'll show you. So this is an offline one which is provided by the Microsoft. So this is the Google document where we can write all the text, okay, and we can also insert some images, some tables. So if we go there, we can insert tables, okay, and if we click on the pictures, we can insert pictures. If we go to charts, we can add charts. Yeah, so there are different types of charts we can add. We can add line graphs, we can add pie charts, okay, we can add area of things. So we can also have 3D models which we can add in the Google Docs. Yeah, so we can also add shapes, whatever the shapes we want whenever we are building the block codes or blocks, something, whatever we want to design in the docs, we can design it. So basically the text can be changed, okay. So when we go for the home, we have a text size. Yeah, when we go for the text font type, we can change the font type as well, and we can also add colors as well for this text. Yeah, so this is the basic offline document where we can write the information, or we can write the whatever the content we want, have a document of it. So this is the basic thing of document. But the disadvantage of these offline documents is, so when we go to here, there is a very difficult to use one document with different people. So once we have done here, let's say we have written some text here. So if we go for the share as well, once we share through these things, the document whatever we have written here, the only part will be shared to the other people, or else we can save it in our systems. So the problem is, let's say we are a team of 4 people who are working on the project. Okay, we are all working on one project. So every project, I hope you know, we need a software requirement document, and also we need what we call a report of the project. Wherever we work as a team, we need these all things to be noted down, right? So whenever we use offline documents, we are 4, but not only one person can do the document. So all of 4 people have to do the document, right? So the problem is with the offline documents, if we do this content, we have to share it to someone, or by saving it or directly sharing it. But the problem is they can't edit it. Whatever they edit, we can't see it. Once they edit it, again they share it, then only we can see whatever they have done. So that is a difficulty problem we face with the offline documents. So to overcome this, we have online docs. So online docs, we have different docs, but the Google is providing Google Docs. So I told you, right, we can do projects, writing about the project, or whenever we are writing some scripts, whenever we have complete our project, we will need to do a report. So that's what, you can work on the same project with the friends or a teammates. Okay, not necessary to be at same place. We can be at any place where we can work together. So that is that's what the Google Docs. So coming to the use cases, where we why we use this, how we use this. So working together means, that's what wherever more than 2 people, more than 1 people are working in the same project, and more than 1 people have to do the same work. So that is where we can collab with the teammates or friends. We can work together. Yeah. So coming to the thing, we can save it in the cloud. Till now we learned about types of cloud, services of cloud. Now we are learning about what we can do with the cloud. Okay, we have services, but what we can do with the cloud services. So we can save these documents in the cloud, so that we have a security and safety, where we save it in the one system. Let's say if something happened to the system, that whole document will be gone. Okay, so in case of that, we'll lose all the matter, we'll lose all the things, whatever we save it in the document. So we can save these Google Docs in the cloud. Okay, we also see when we go for the offline these things, when we go here, we have a basic templates. Okay, but in case where we go for the online cloud service, that is Google Docs, we have already made templates. See, for everything we have a templates, right? If we want to do for the project report, if we want to do for the software requirement document, for everything there will be a template. So that template is already given by the service providers. So that is how this Google Docs help us. So I'll show you how we can use the Google Docs, what is the use of Google Docs, how it is helpful. So now I showed you how the document will help Microsoft Office, like Microsoft Word. So we can compare both of these, so that we can also know how useful the Google Docs are. So let's say, let me open this. Okay, so once we open our Gmail, in the top right corner we have a option called Google Apps. So these are all the apps provided by the Google, which are clouded. Okay, so in that, Google Docs is one of the, okay, this is one of the application. So it looks like a same as a Google, what we called Word document, but it is a bit different, and we have more features in this and more safety here. So here we can see we also have a predefined resume. Okay, we have a letters, we have a project proposals, we have a brochures. So we have a lot of things. These are all templates. So once we open this template gallery, we can see all the things already existing with the templates. Okay, so from these templates, let me click on one template. Yeah, we can go for this template. Once we click on this template, the template will be open here. What is the use of this is, let's say we are doing one work related to some domain or something. There will be already existing templates where we cannot waste our time for doing a template itself. So this is already existing template. So see, this is a resume for the pet. See how updated it is. For the dog also we have a resume. Okay, so just here you see, we can just have a name already templated. What is the personality, what is the age, male, weight, everything is already there. So only thing we can do is we can just edit this. We can say OG, this name is OG. We can say instead of my best friend, we can say my friend. Yeah, so let's say we have done this. Okay, we can edit this all. We can also see whatever the features we have in the Word document, all features will be there in this, but we have extra features added in this which makes our work very easy. Let's see, whatever we see in that, we have written some text, so we can increase the text size or we can decrease the text size. We can make it bold or we can remove the bold. Yeah, so we can underline that something, or also let's see we have want to change the color, we can directly change the color. Yeah, you are able to see, right? Are you following? I think you are following the things. Please don't just listen the class. Whatever I am doing practically here, just try it so that you can have a hands-on experience how we can do where the things are there. So we can just open this. So here let's see titles. So we have headings, subheadings, we have a paragraphs. Okay, so we just click on this. We have this is called title. Once we go there, this is a heading. Yeah, so if we go click on this area, whatever we call this content, this is a normal text. Okay, so for everything there will be a specific name written. So this is title, this is heading, this is a normal text we call as content. Yeah, so here are also same like document. We can have a files, we can download it, we can mail it. Okay, yeah, so here the helpful thing is, let's see here, we can publish in the web as well. Let's say we have a website. Okay, we are writing something we want to publish in the website. So what we can do, we can directly write in the Google Docs. We can just click on the publish to the web. It is directly we can publish it. Let's say we are a content writer, we are a story writer or a author. What we can do, if we write a story or if we write something called blogs or something, we can directly publish in the website. Yeah, so we can have a delete it. We can also add this directly to the drive. We have a Google Drive, right? So we can directly edit this. So we can directly upload from the computer, and there is a good option where we can directly search it from the Google. Okay, so we can directly search it there. We say dog, we'll get all the dogs. Yeah, so let me put it this way, all these things we are doing in the cloud, not we are doing in the system. Nothing will be whatever the things we have doing, we can't do it in the system. We are doing it in the cloud, so it will not directly save it in the system. Whatever we are doing here, we are only able to save it in the system. save as or save whatever the things we do, it will directly save in the system. But coming to the Google Docs, these things will not save in the system. We can directly print it from here. Yeah, we can directly click on the prints or something. If we want to print it, the document hard copy, we can directly print it. So these are the icons which are given there. So we have one more option called, let's see, we have this content. Once we click on this alignments, we have fight for right alignment, middle alignment, left left and right, and we have a justification. So once we click on this, we can do this justifications, or we can do middle alignment. Yeah, I hope you are able to follow me. So we can do all these things. Whatever the document we do in the offline, we can do all these things in the online Google Docs, but we have a lot of features, extra features we have in the Google Docs. Yeah, so let's say we are editing this document. We can just directly present this document through the call. We have a video call, we can have a video call, which is like Google Meet. We call Google Meet, right? So with the Google Meet, we can just start the meeting, and directly we can present in the meeting. And we can give the options of, let's say, we are working as a team. So I have completed everything. Okay. So final draft is done. So I want to share it with my friends where they can only see it. So for that, what I can do, we just go to the edit mode. So we can have a only view option. So this what we can happen. So no one can edit this. Okay. See, now I am not able to edit this. Yeah. I hope you are able to see. Now see, we have a edit option, we have a suggest option. So what we can do here, we can write suggestions. So we can add like, okay, friend, change this to color, or friend, change this image. So directly see, if I want to add image, okay, here I can add a comment. So change the image. Yeah, I'll comment it. Yes, so this is commented. So once you click on this, directly you can open this comment. So when you share this, the people from your team, or the people who you are sharing, they can see this, so that they can know, okay, I want to change this, I want to change this. So you can delete this comment, so the comment is deleted. Yes. So one more option, I'll show you the better option. So once you click on the copy link, okay, so you can give edit option, you can give suggestion option, where you can give also only the view option. So it depends on whom we are giving, and depends on what the things they have to do. So we click on the share option, we'll have options. We have a restricted. So if we restrict the things, what will happen? The only people can access who we give the access to them. So let's say we shared with our teammate, but if we share with someone else, if we restrict that, the other person cannot open this, cannot edit this. Only if we log in with the mail, only whoever we have given the what we say access, that people only can open this and access this. So let's say here we can add groups or some mails. Let's see, I'll add some Google mail. Okay, I'll show you how the things works. Okay, so this is a mail I have added, right? So I just clicked on there. I gave a option. I can give different options, only viewer or commenter or editor. I'll click on the send option. This resume, whatever the document we have done, it will be sent to the that person mail. So I'll just open that mail. Okay, I'll show you what we can do here. So let's see, I'm not doing anything from this mail. Okay, yeah, I'm not doing anything from this mail. So I have opened that same content in the somewhere else. Let's see what the person can do. Okay, I'm opening in one more mail which I have sent this. Okay, yeah, so let's see here. Whatever the document is shared to someone else, the person whom we have sent, right? So what they can do, they can edit it. So whatever the editing they have done, we can see here. So only if we give the edit option, or else if I am giving only the this commentator option, the person can only comment the resume. Or if we give only viewer option, what the person can do, only the view. He can only view the document, but he cannot change the something in the document. So what is the help of here is, every time we are not saving the things, and also once I save this, once I gave the editor option to that person and I've clicked done, so it is shared. And also one more thing we can do, we can just copy the link and just paste it in somewhere else through the WhatsApp or somewhere where they can get the document. So I'll tell you what is the use of this and the help of this. When the two persons are doing the same work, I can do, see, let's say from here to here, it's my work. So simultaneously I can edit this. Okay, yeah, simultaneously I can edit this, and the person whom I shared, this is his part or her part. So what the person can do, they can edit this. So we are reducing the work time. We are doing the simultaneous work. He is doing his work or she is doing her work and I am doing my work. So it helps us to reduce the time. Okay, it helps us to reduce the time where the person, one or more than one person can access this document. Okay, so that is the Google Docs. So whatever we have insert options. We can same whatever we have done in the Word documents, we can do here. We have a bar charts. Okay, we have a line charts. We have a pie charts. We can add whatever the charts we want. Yeah. So let's say I want to add a chart. So what I can click? I can just click on here. So I added the chart. Yeah. So I can keep it. Okay. So if I want to delete this chart, I just click on right click on this. I can just delete it. Okay. So we can add something called the comments. We can add yeah. So we also have where we can open the documents of which are already loaded, or we have a new document where if we click on the new document, it will directly open the new document. Yes, it will directly open the new document. Or if we click on like make a copy of it or download this. So the thing is, these documents, not only we can download it in the Microsoft Word, we can also open like download as a PDF or a plain text or a web page, HTML page we call as. So whatever the formats we want, we can download the required format. It doesn't not required only we can download it in the Microsoft Word. Okay, we can like whatever we want, we can do it. So I'll just close this. I hope you understand these all things. So I'll show you a more detailed video of this, so you can easily understand. I think I'll show you one website video.
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta know.
Okay.
We'll show you the basics of using Google Docs. Use the clickable sections below to skip to each section. To open Google Docs, open your account. You'll see any Google Docs you've saved to your Google Drive here. When you work with Google Docs, everything will automatically be saved to your Google Drive as long as you're connected to the internet. To learn more about how to use Google Drive, click the link in the description to our video. To create a new document, you can select one of the Google Doc templates offered here, or just select blank to create a blank page. When you create a new document, you can click on Untitled Document here to rename and type your file name. Press Enter. You'll see the document is saving and then saved to Google Drive. Once you edit or change your document, as long as you're connected to the internet, your document will save to your Google Drive automatically. You'll be able to find your doc on the home page under Recent Documents. Your Google Doc will be saved to the My Drive folder in Google Drive. To view all your folders, click on the folder icon here on the home page and you'll see all your documents and folders. To save your document to a different folder, click on File and then Move To. Select the folder you want the document saved to, or create a new folder by clicking on the icon here. Type the contents of your document here, and use the formatting tools to amend the style. Add links to your Google Doc by clicking on this icon here. Add an image by clicking on Insert Image, and find the file from the drop-down options. To change the margins of a document in Google Docs, go to File and Page Setup from the drop-down. Update the values in the margins text field. You can also set the margins to this for all future Google Docs by clicking here. Click OK to confirm. Share your document with others by clicking Share at the top right. Type the email address of the person you want to share the document with. You can add multiple addresses at once. On the right-hand side, click on the drop-down arrow and choose whether you want them to be able to edit, comment, or just view. To make sure they receive an email notification, ensure the checkbox here is marked. Click Send to confirm. You can also send others a link to share the doc. Click on Share at the top right, and then copy link. You can now send the link to others, but make sure your share settings allow them to view or edit the file. You can collaborate with others on a Google Doc by allowing others to edit the document. First, share the document by clicking Share, and then typing their address here, and selecting Editor. Click Send. When your collaborator is viewing the file, you'll see their icon pop up here. They'll be able to edit the document, and you can see them editing live like this. Collaborators can add comments on the doc to share with others. To add a comment, highlight something and click Add Comment. You can add your comment here. If you want to notify someone else of your comment, type @ and then their email address. They'll be notified of all the comments related to them in one email.
Okay, so that is a thing about the Google Docs. I hope you got the everything about the Google Docs. So let's go into the lecture. So we have completed the Google Docs. Next we'll go to the Google Slides. So Google Sheets are like we know the Excel, right? So what I'll show what is the Excel exactly. So I'll open this. So yeah, so this is the Excel where we can do the tasks. Okay, so we have a few things, and we click on the blank Excel. So this is how the Excel looks like. So what we can do here, I'll tell you basic thing of Excel, what are the things can be done, and later on I'll show you the video with the advanced level of Excel. So let's say I want to do, so I'll just click something here. So if I want this for the different columns, I'll just drag this, so everything will be written there. Click on Ctrl Z, everything will be closed. So same thing, right? You just have to change the font. Yeah, you are able to see, right? So you can just change the font, or you can just change the size of the font, or you can just change the color of the font. So whatever the same features of the document, we can do it, but the Excel is morely about having a tables or having a sales. These all things, for that we use the Excel. So I'll quickly get into the things. Once click on the insert, we can insert all those things. We can insert tables, okay, pure charts, or graphs, charts. Okay, we can insert everything. So I'll just click on the tables. So what we can do, we can either change this. Okay, here what we can do, we can just remove S3, and we can put it S7, so that it will be till S7. Table will be created at the S7. Or if we want a table, bigger table, just click on the table. What we can do, you can just drag this. Okay, how much table you want, you just drag this. Here you can see, right? So in the Excel, the thing is, everything will be in the formulated one. So it's look like a SA means starts from this A. S3 means it is all like rows and columns. The Excel is all about rows and columns. So we are at the A column, A row, and the column is 3. So you can see, right? Everything is we can see here. So you can just left click on this, you can drag this. So you have it out, right? There are two things. So I'll tell you what is these all things. S3 means we started from the third one. SA S3 means, so we are from here to SK, okay, till 23. So till 23, till here. So we are creating the table. Click on OK. Just okay. So I'll just click in here. I'll drag from here to here. I'll just click on OK. So the table is created. Yes. So we want table. We can sort the things. If we say, if I write A, B, okay. So if I write in that way, C, D. If you write in this way, what we can do, we have a sort option. Just click on Z to A. See, I have written A, B, C, D, but it is D, C, B, A. So that is how it will change. Or else, if you click on right, A to Z, it will change. So that is how we can change it. Or else, what we can also do, just click on this, okay. Double click on this, we can directly change the names. We can say A to Z. Yes, so this column is A to Z. So that is how we can do the things. Or else, if we go to delete, we can delete that particular cell, or if we want to insert the thing, insert the cell. So this is how we can change the things. Or I'll show you one more thing. Yeah, so here we want to insert graphs, okay, that can be charts or map, something we want to insert. So if we click on the pie chart, the pie chart is inserted. So you can just change this, but what you can do, A, B, C and D. So here I'll tell 10, 12, 15. So this is how I have given the names. So once we click on this, yeah, we can add the colors. Yes. So here is like 15 is the greater one, 10 is the lower one. So it is like if you say rankings, we call it as rankings. So we can say from top ranking, whatever the value have highest rank, give the number highest. Whatever the rank has less number, give the less number. So that is how we can do things here. So this is Excel. So this is offline. So what same thing, whatever the things we are doing in the Word document, we can save it or we can share it. But again, when you are working as a team, that is very difficult when we are working as a team. So once we save it, we need to share it to our teammate or friend. And once they edit that, again they need to share it. So this is very difficult and time taking process. Only one can work on this Excel or document at once. So to overcome this, we have option called, I'll show you here. We
Google
have
Slides
option
is a free
called
web-based presentation program.
Google Sheets.
We're going to show you how to create
Yes.
and format
So
a
these are all the apps
presentation,
provided by the Google.
navigate
So we
Google
click on the Google
Slides,
Sheets.
add media and animations, and present and export your presentation.
Google
Use
Sheets
the
are
clickable
open.
sections below
So
to
again,
skip to different parts of this tutorial.
These all are already having like we call the templates. So once we click on the template gadget, like we
Google
have
Drive,
annual budget
New, then
report
Google Slides,
or monthly budget report.
then blank
We have
presentation
schedule
to
report,
create a
annual
blank
calendar,
presentation.
travel plan. So we have a lot of
You can
things.
also type slides
So
.new into
depends
the
on
address
whatever
bar
we want to
any
do.
web
We want to
browser
do
and
any
click
annual
enter.
reports, or we want to write
Automatically
any
create and open a new web
graphical
document.
things or monthly budget for the project or
rename your
something, whatever
presentation,
we feel like
Click on
we want to do.
Untitled Presentation
We'll just click on
and
that,
type in a new name.
so that will be opened. Okay, so this is the monthly budget
Google
graphs,
Slides comes
whatever
preloaded
the
with
things
different themes
are
for
there.
slides.
So here
The theme
we have
sidebar
only
appears
edit
on the
option,
right side of your
like
blank
only edit
presentation.
the highlighted cells.
Choose the theme you
So
want to
everything
print.
we can't edit that,
You'll be
we
able
can
to
only
customize
edit
these
this
if you want.
highlighted
To
things.
choose your aspect ratio,
So if I want
go
to change
File,
this,
then Page Setup. Your choices are Standard 4:3,
so I'll just click on the income.
Widescreen 16:9, Widescreen 16:10, and Custom.
So this is about how the
कमळाचे बटन दाबा भाजपाला विजयी करा.
Will
ब्रेक से हटा दो उसको, मम्मी डिस्प्ले हाँ ये देखा है.
okay. So I'm so sorry, we had some issue here. So let's get it back. So we are here in the Google Docs, like Google Sheets, right? So this Google Sheets will help us to manage the things and do the work simultaneously more than one person. So that's what, same like a Google Docs, whatever the things we are doing, we can just click on the share. Okay, same, restricted or anyone can link. So if we click on the anyone with the link, what will happen? We'll share with the one person, but if the person shares to someone else, they can also access the document. So if we have a privacy and these all things, so we can restrict this. So we can restrict this and we can write a just Google mail. What is the mail you want to select, and viewer or commenter or editor, whatever you want. So based on the requirement, you just click on that and just click on done, so that will be sent to a person. And yeah, so these are the things where the person of group can view, or we can edit this. Yeah, that's what we can insert the sheets or charts, images also we can insert it, or we can draw something. These all the data of how we write the tables or how we write the formulas. So as I told you, Excel is all about the formulas. So if we want to write the min max formula, so here we have given the is equal to min max. Okay, so minimum of value 12 comma minus 3 something, right? Yeah, so the difference is minus 3. So that is how the difference will see. So we can just write like 2 minus 1, just click on the enter. Yes, plus $1. So which is like the difference between the two values, summing of minimum is two values. So here we see sum of, yes, so these are all the columns which are given in this formula. So sum, keep in the sum, and the here we are declaring the values of columns and rows. Okay, so what we'll get at the end, we'll get the addition of all those values. So that is how we can sum, and we can insert the charts or pivot tables, or we can also insert the images. Yes, so we got the charts, so we can change the charts, or we can keep it as standard, or 100% something, whatever the edits we want we can do. So here it's all about expenses. So how much expense we have done for the each of these, so total amount and the food. Okay, so we can change it based on the requirements. So how this all will get, once we need to add the data. Once we add the data, after the adding the data, we can just what we can do here, we can edit the data. So once we edit the data, we can see like all the plans. So that is the Google Docs and the Google Sheets. So these are the two major things provided by the Google. So whatever the things we are doing at the finally, I want to tell you that whatever the things we are doing in the Google Docs and the Google Sheets will be saved in the cloud, not in your systems or not in your storages. So whatever we are doing, it will be saved in the cloud. If we want it as a, so this is what you can directly save it in the Google Drive. So if you want you save it in your system, you need to download the file. Until and unless we download the file, we can't save it in your systems. So that is the Excel. So yeah, I hope you understand about Excel and the docs. Please put in the chat if you have any doubts. Please be interactive. I'm requesting you, please give some inputs for me as well. Whatever I need to change in delivering of lecture, should I go at same pace, or should I need to slow down the pace, or should I go fast? Just give the chat, or if you have any doubt in the Google Docs and Google Sheets, please, we have more 5 to 6 minutes. So I'll continue other things tomorrow's lecture, but whatever we have covered till now, please ask the doubts.
Here's how to use Google
Please don't feel anything while asking doubts. Whatever the doubt, it can be a small doubt or it can be a big doubt, any doubt, please feel free to ask. So until that, I'll play one video of Google Sheets. You just
Sheets.
see this video so that
Use the
you can
clickable
also
sections.
have
Once logged in, and you will appear. Scroll down and select Sheets to start. You can also launch Sheets through Google Drive. Click on Plus New, Google Sheets, and then Blank Spreadsheet. When using Sheets, Google Drive automatically saves everything as you go. Just make sure you're connected to the internet. You'll be presented with a blank sheet and other template options. Google Sheets offers ready-made templates for personal and business use, such as the invoice template, weekly planner, and expenses report. We'll start with a blank sheet. To name your sheet, click on Untitled Spreadsheet and type the name. Choose the location of your file by clicking on the folder icon. You'll be able to choose from an existing Google Drive folder or create a new one. Each document is made up of a sheet. You'll see this at the bottom where it says Sheet 1. You can have multiple sheets within each document. To add a new one, click on the plus icon. To rename your sheet, double-click on Sheet 1, type your new name, and press Enter. Click on the arrow positioned next to the title to see more ways to organize your sheet. You can duplicate your sheet or copy it to another spreadsheet. To keep certain sheets private within a document, you can activate a password by clicking here. You can also change the color of your sheet by hovering your cursor over Change Color and then selecting one. To import data into your sheet, go to the top menu and click File and then Import. A pop-up menu will appear, and you'll be presented with options of where you can upload your file from. Let's upload an Excel file from our computer. Click on Upload and click Select File from your device. Select your file and then click Choose. Google Sheets will ask you how you'd like to format your uploaded data. You can create a new spreadsheet, replace data at selected cell, or replace the entire spreadsheet. We'll select to create a new spreadsheet. You'll need to ensure that your Excel file is converted to ensure it works properly in Google Sheets. To do this, go to the Google Drive Settings tool. Click on Settings, then click the box next to Convert Uploads. Your files will now be automatically converted in the future. The sheet consists of cells, columns, and rows. Columns are indicated alphabetically at the top and rows numerically down the side. You can select each column or each row by clicking on its letter or number. You can double-click on a cell, type some information, and press Enter. When using Google Sheets, you'll want to know which cell your information is in when using formulas. Each cell is named by the column letter, followed by the row number. Let's click on this cell. The column G is highlighted at the top. The row 9 is highlighted on the left. G9. You can select multiple cells, which is useful when you need to create formulas or want to move cells around. Click on a cell and drag your cursor across other cells to select a group. Let's select all of our cost prices. We'll click on C5 and then drag down to C13. Once selected, you can hover over the edge of the selection until you see the grab icon. Click and drag to move your cells around. When using formulas in Google Sheets, you may need to refer to a group of cells you're selecting. This is called the range. This range would be called C5, H13. You can use basic formulas in Google Sheets. To create a formula, select the cell where you want to see your answer. At the top of your screen, click on the white bar next to the FX sign. This is where the formulas are stored for each cell. You'll be able to write formulas here as well as edit them. Let's use a formula to add up how much stock we have. First, double-click where you want the total and then type the equation in the FX bar. Always start a formula with an equals sign followed by the formula instruction. Type equals followed by sum in capital letters, followed by open bracket, followed by the range. Our range is from D5 to D13, as these are the numbers we want to total. So we'll type D5, D13, followed by a close bracket sign to complete the equation. Press Enter. If the formula has been entered correctly, the total will immediately be shown in the cell. If you've made a mistake, perhaps you've misspelt something, an error symbol will appear like this. Then you should go back to your FX bar and you can edit it until it's correct. You can learn how to create other formulas by learning the Google Sheets language. Create a header so it remains at the top of your sheet when you scroll down. Hover your mouse over the grey line at the bottom of the top left corner cell and it'll turn blue. Click on it and drag past the header cell and release. All the cells in row 1 are now a header. You can use the same method to lock cells in a column. Customize your header by clicking on it and using the format icons at the top of your page. First, highlight the data you want to use in your chart. Then go to Insert and click on Chart. Your chart will appear alongside an editing window. To change from a 2D bar chart to a different style of graph, select Chart Type and choose the design you want. You can add a series to your chart by selecting Add Series. To delete it, click on the 3 dots and then select Remove. For more ways to change your chart, click on the Customize tab. To change your background color and format your chart, click on Chart Style and select your preferences.
So I hope you understand about the things. Yeah. So we have completed Google Docs and Google Sheets, and the other tools will cover tomorrow. So until and unless if you have not having a chat with me or clearing your doubts, you'll not be able to understand everything. So till then, okay, take care. Please recap once again, read all these things. So okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm audible. The break is over, and now we'll start off with blockchain technology, and session 6. Yesterday, I asked you all to do a small, activity session with which we can come up and we can make others understand blockchain even better way. It would be great if you could comment if you came up with anything, or at least let me know if I'm audible, and so that we can start off with the session. I'll wait for a minute for your answers so that I can proceed, and it'll be, that even you are listening and I can go on with the sessions. Please let me know if I'm audible, and also if you have an activity which you created, please put up in the chat box. Yes, you're audible. That's so great. I got a message. And if anybody has come up with any activity, please put it in the chat box. Meanwhile, I will start off with the session so that, it's not any lag or so. Okay. So today's session is understanding cryptography in blockchain. This cryptography word we have been using in all our previous sessions, and I've been telling it's some unique ID, it's like a code which only the user and the other person will understand, and it's like we have been talking about it, but what is it exactly? Today we are going to learn about the same. So the first thing, let's go with what is cryptography, right? So cryptography is like a secret code that helps our messages safe when we send them over the internet. Let's say I've been, this in WhatsApp or so, we have this thing called encrypted messages. So your messages are encrypted and nobody can see. So this encryption is nothing but cryptography. So before we move forward, how this cryptography is related to, our cryptocurrency, that is Bitcoins, Ethereum, Ether, and so on. So we'll just have a quick video about it so that you can understand it even better way. So I'll be playing this video, and we can have a quick thing about this.
Yes. Did you join the company just 5 months back? Yeah, I did, but why are you asking?
When money is easy to make, society begins.
So, how do we make money that's easy?
I hope the video is also audible to you. If not, please put it in the comment section so that I can solve it and we can start over.
Money is easy to make, society begins to break.
So, how do we make money that's easy to carry but hard to create?
Well, one solution is Bitcoin. Back in 2008, I became fed up with government money, with the corruption, the manipulation, so I created a digital currency. Digital money that can be sent directly from one person to another without any bank or government involved. And the best part? It's hard money.
It's the hardest money ever invented!
Bitcoin is very hard to make more of. Each new coin gets added to the supply only after a computer works very hard to solve a math problem, where there's no shortcut and solving it costs a lot of energy and time.
Okay, but if it's on a computer, can't I just copy and paste?
Not with Bitcoin. You see, there's a public record of every Bitcoin ever created. It's called the blockchain. It's like a puzzle, and each Bitcoin has its own unique shape. And because everyone has a copy of the public record, if someone tries to fake a Bitcoin, it won't fit the puzzle and will be rejected by the network before anyone can use it. That's why Bitcoin is so safe from criminals and the government.
You said criminals twice.
And unlike dollars, which can be printed endlessly, there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin. It's almost impossible to inflate. The only way to get it is to earn it or buy it from someone who has.
Aha! No offense, but if you control Bitcoin, couldn't you manipulate it just like the government?
I don't control it. No one person does. It's controlled by a public network of Bitcoin users that anyone can join. So if someone wanted to change something in Bitcoin's code, they would need to get the majority of the millions of Bitcoin users to agree to it, or the change doesn't happen. And when has the majority of us agreed on anything?
One ply toilet paper is garbage.
Touché.
Wow, I didn't know made-up money could make so much sense.
Today, millions of people send Bitcoin instantly and cheaply to each other around the world without any bank or government involved. And because Bitcoin is hard money you can't just print more of, the more people who use it, the more valuable it becomes.
Emily, if we take Lyle's Bitcoin, we could be rich.
I could pay for college entirely. You could outsource your movie and pay to have your name in the credits.
Slow down. I'm not saying that Bitcoin will make you rich quick or even at all. Right now, only about 1% of the world owns Bitcoin. And because it's still being adopted, some days it goes up and even down.
Also, investments, though potentially lucrative, can be risky.
Only invest what you're willing to lose. We know. Wow, I think I get it. Good money should be easy to use, but hard to create.
And because Bitcoin is digital, it's fast and cheap to use. And the blockchain makes it hard to inflate.
Thanks, Mr. Satoshi.
What?
Mr. Satoshi?
He's gone? Or was he ever even here?
So as we were seeing a video about it, I'll just like not play it again, but then here,
I became
One
fed
second.
up with government money, with the corruption, the manipulation, so I created a digital currency. Digital money that can be sent directly from one person to another without any bank or government involved. Bitcoin is very hard to make more of. Each new coin gets added to the supply only after a computer works very hard to solve a math problem.
so as we were talking about Bitcoin, oh, the voice of me or the voice of the video was not coming. Please let me know if the video of the video's voice was not coming. I will try to solve it and play it again for you. Please let me know if the video's voice is not coming or it was my voice, because I was not talking in between. So I think it was audible. Let's say I'll continue. So to mine one single Bitcoin, it takes a lot of time because it needs to solve a lot of math. It's not like it's a easy math, A plus B or A minus B. It's a very big algorithm which needs to be solved. And if once a computer solves that very big algorithm, and it'll take around many days. And okay, play again. Just give me 1 second. Video voice is not coming. Yes, I got it. I'm rectifying it. Just give me 1 minute. अभी जो भी मैं चला रही इसका वीडियो नहीं आ रहा.
Lot of energy and time.
Okay, but if it's on a computer...
Ever invented?
Bitcoin is very hard to make more of. Each new coin gets added to the supply only after a computer works very hard to solve a math problem.
Yeah, I think now it
there's no
should be.
shortcut and
I think now it should be audible. Please let me know. I'm playing from the starting. Please let me know. I've changed the settings, and you'll be getting the audio as well.
When money is easy to make, society begins to break.
So, how do we make money that's easy to carry but hard to create?
Well, one solution is Bitcoin. Back in 2008, I became fed up with government money, with the corruption, the manipulation, so I created a digital currency. Digital money that can be sent.
Even now, it's not coming. Please let me know once more. I will rectify it because we have changed the setting. Okay. So, okay, I've got that it's coming, and I'm starting to play it from the first for whoever missed it.
When money is easy to make, society begins to break.
So, how do we make money that's easy to carry but hard to create?
Well, one solution is Bitcoin. Back in 2008, I became fed up with government money, with the corruption, the manipulation, so I created a digital currency. Digital money that can be sent directly from one person to another without any bank or government involved. And the best part? It's hard money.
It's the hardest money ever invented!
Bitcoin is very hard to make more of. Each new coin gets added to the supply only after a computer works very hard to solve a math problem, where there's no shortcut and solving it costs a lot of energy and time.
Okay, but if it's on a computer, can't I just copy and paste?
Not with Bitcoin. You see, there's a public record of every Bitcoin ever created. It's called the blockchain. It's like a puzzle, and each Bitcoin has its own unique shape. And because everyone has a copy of the public record, if someone tries to fake a Bitcoin, it won't fit the puzzle and will be rejected by the network before anyone can use it. That's why Bitcoin is so safe from criminals and the government.
You said criminals twice.
And unlike dollars, which can be printed endlessly, there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin. It's almost impossible to inflate. The only way to get it is to earn it or buy it from someone who has.
Aha!
No offense, but if you control Bitcoin, couldn't you manipulate it just like the government?
I don't control it. No one person does. It's controlled by a public network of Bitcoin users that anyone can join. So if someone wanted to change something in Bitcoin's code, they would need to get the majority of the millions of Bitcoin users to agree to it, or the change doesn't happen. And when has the majority of us agreed on anything?
One-ply toilet paper is garbage!
Touché.
Wow, I didn't know made-up money could make so much sense.
Today, millions of people send Bitcoin instantly and cheaply to each other around the world without any bank or government involved. And because Bitcoin is hard money you can't just print more of, the more people who use it, the more valuable it becomes.
Emily, if we take Lyle's Bitcoin, we could be rich!
I could pay for college entirely! You could outsource your movie and pay to have your name in the credits.
Slow down. I'm not saying that Bitcoin will make you rich quick or even at all. Right now, only about 1% of the world owns Bitcoin. And because it's still being adopted, some days it goes up and even down.
Also, investments, though potentially lucrative, can be risky.
Only invest what you're willing to lose. We know. Wow, I think I get it. Good money should be easy to use, but hard to create.
And because Bitcoin is digital, it's fast and cheap to use. And the blockchain makes it hard to inflate.
Thanks, Mr. Satoshi.
What?
Mr. Satoshi?
So in this video, I think you understood how Bitcoin is actually made, and there are a few points. I will just start off. So as I was speaking before, each new coin that has been, if you want to mine a Bitcoin, that is a perfect word to use, that is mining a Bitcoin. So whenever you try to mine a Bitcoin, your computer, that's the reason they say for the computer, you need to have very big graphic card. You need to have a nice computer in order to mine a Bitcoin, and also you need continuous electricity to the same. So that means your computer should be able to solve very tough certain set of algorithms in order to mine one single Bitcoin. And as Bitcoin is not like something which you can keep printing on, which you can increase how much ever you want. It only has limited number, that is 21 million Bitcoins so far, and only 1.5 billion Bitcoins have been mined so far. So that means there are so many Bitcoins that can be mined, and it's still open for everybody to actually get into it. And more people use it, the value of the Bitcoin increases more. And the next point is, once a Bitcoin is mined, everybody will have a copy of it. So let's say I mined a Bitcoin and I made an algorithm, something with like some big number which is very unique, and somebody else is trying to replicate it. It's super easy for us to identify that the Bitcoin has been replicated. So thus there is no black money, or there is no fraud that can take place. So as we were talking about blockchain technology, this is one live example where we can say that Bitcoins are very safe to use, and that is the reason we call blockchain technology as the most safest technology so far. So let's keep going. So before that, we need to know three basic concepts before we move forward. That is encryption, decryption, and key generation. Encryption is nothing but turning a message into a secret code. Yesterday we were talking, right? Let's say about Morse code. If there is Morse code, what do we say? Like if only the sender and the receiver know certain set of language, then only they both can communicate by nobody else understanding. So that is nothing but encryption. So let's say you go to USA and you try to talk in Hindi where nobody might know Hindi, right, or your own language. So that means your message is encrypted and nobody else is understanding. And decryption is nothing but converting that. Let's say a person told me in different language, I'm trying to de-encrypt it and get it back to me. And key generation is nothing but the password which we use. So there are two types of cryptographies. One is symmetric and the other one is asymmetric. So in symmetric, we use the same key to lock and unlock the secret code. That is, like, let's just talk about our house keys. So we have one key, we open it, and we also lock the same thing with the same key. So it's only like one time key. But then in asymmetric, there are two different keys. So we use one to lock it and one to unlock it. So this is not like, we can't visualize that in real lock and key systems, but we can visualize this online. So you need a different OTP to lock it, and you need a different OTP to unlock it as well. So maybe that two different keys, or every time pre-generated keys as well. And having asymmetric cryptography, nobody else can actually, know your password, because we have two different keys. So I hope you understood. I want you all to put it in the chat box if you think symmetric is better or asymmetric encryption is better, which is more effective, which is more secure. While I go to the next slide, I request you to please put it in the chat box that if symmetric encryption is better or asymmetric encryption is better, and why. At least put which is better, and then we'll talk about the reasons. So I hope you are typing and you're putting, but before that I'm just moving forward, but I want you all to put your messages in the chat box. So let's take two examples about the symmetric cryptography and asymmetric cryptography. So imagine it's having a secret language that only you and your friend know, as I was speaking before, right? When you go to a different place and there's a language only you both know, you use it to write a message, and you can, let's say you're sending a letter from one place to another. So you write it in your own language, and even if somebody in the middleman, that is your letterman, the person who posts it, even if they open it, they won't be able to understand anything, as this language is known by only you and your friend. And it's very easy to understand because you both know the secret language. In asymmetric, this one is having two special keys, a lock and a key. You use the lock to hide your message, and anyone with the matching key can unlock and read it. Let's say I logged it with one key. I wrote a message in a website and I logged it so far, and I give the key only to the person who I want him or her to read it, right? So only that person will go with the key. Okay, so I got a comment that symmetric is better, but in real life, yes, symmetric is better, but does symmetric even have that much safety compared to asymmetric cryptography? The reason is, in symmetric there is only one key and one lock. Like, let's say it's same thing. If one of the hacker comes with that one key, let's say your PIN number, your ATM PIN number, you have only one PIN number, right? And let's say I put it like 1020. If that 1020 is known by that person, they can hack, or they can access my account whenever they want, and it's not safe at all. But here, having two different keys will help it be even more secure. So I hope you understood why asymmetric is more secure. It has two different keys and locks, and one to lock it and one to open it. And only the person you want will be able to unlock it. And even you might not know the key, because you know the key only to lock it, and that person knows the key only to unlock it. So there is no way that a middleman or the third person will even know how to lock it or unlock it. So that is one example. If you have any queries regarding this a little more, please let me know in the comment box or chat box, and I will stop whatever I'm teaching. I will explain that. And if still it's not clear, we can have a Q&A session with which we can continue. So before we move forward, there is a thing called cryptographic hash function. So think of it like a magic spell that turns your messages into unique fingerprint. It's super hard to find a fingerprint back in the message. Okay, let's say I wrote a message like, let's say hello. And if other person understands it's hello, there's no point of me sending that message also. So this hashing is nothing but a thing which will convert your message into a unique ID which nobody will be able to identify. So let's have a small, let's see another video so that you will understand it even better. And yeah. And I'm sure this is audible as well. Please have a look at this and we'll recap what is in the video and we can move forward.
What is hashing and what does it do? Hashing is the process of converting an input of any length into a fixed size string of text using a mathematical function. This means that any text, no matter how long it is, can be converted into an array of numbers and letters through an algorithm. The message to be hashed is called input. The algorithm used to do so is called a hash function, and the output is called hash value. There are many formulas that can be used to hash a message, but a cryptographic hash function needs to have some qualities to be considered useful. Each hash value, or output, has to be unique. This means that it should be impossible to produce the same hash value entering different inputs, and therefore the same message should always produce the same hash value. The hashing speed is also an important factor. A hash function should be quick to produce a hash value. Finally, a hash function needs to be secure. It is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to determine the input based on the hash value, while a slightest change to an input should generate a hugely different hash. In blockchain, hashes are used to represent the current state of a blockchain and to ensure its immutability. Every transaction contains certain bits of information, such as the amount being sent, the sending and receiving addresses, the timestamp, and so on. All of this information is combined into the formula to produce a hash called transaction ID. The transaction ID is a hash value that can be used to identify and confirm that a transaction has happened. The first block in a blockchain, known as a Genesis block, contains transactions that, when combined, produce a unique hash. When the second block is created, the hash of the Genesis block is added to all of the new transactions in the new block. This combination is used to create its respective hash. This process is repeated with all the new blocks being added to a blockchain, always taking previous hashes to generate the newer ones, creating an unbreakable dependency. This way, each block links back to its previous block through its hash, forming a chain back to the Genesis block, which makes blockchain a secure, immutable, and transparent network.
So I hope you all saw the video. Yeah, asymmetric is better. So coming back to this point, here we were talking about what is hashing. One second, I will show you. It's in a better way. Yeah. So see, let's say your input is your message, whatever the message, whatever the data is. So hash function uses some algorithm to convert that message into a different. So let's say here this input is, this is a very long message, and the output is something with combination of many digits and many alphabets. So that is a unique thing which is generated using hash function. Right? So this algorithm applied is nothing but the hash function, the input and the output. So keep going. These are the few algorithms which we use. I would like to ask you all to do your research on any two algorithms and come up, like just make a small report or a small a paragraph about what these algorithms are. So to make you understand, hash generator, I'll show you how this works. So let's use this MD5 hash generator. So in this, let's say I give a message called hello, hi, and I'll do generate. So this is my message, just like the input, and this is my hash generated. So it's a combination of very different numbers and different alphabets. So let's say I will change it even a little bit. I'll just add a apostrophe or exclamatory mark. Okay, and see now here it was A3131447 and so now let's see how it changes. So now it's B440D134 whatever. So even if one thing is been changed, it is generating a hash. See now hello hi has the same hash. So once I write a message, it has a unique ID generated to itself, right? So there is no way that another person can replicate it. The message is saved, the thing is made. Hello hi is the basic message which I have been taking, which you can replicate. But when you come to the real data storing, and there is no way that one single message can be replicated again. It has its own hash, it has its own value, right? So here let's come back to the video, and these algorithms help us to produce hash like these, right? So whenever we write a message, there's a thing, this is like as we were looking, hash function. This hash function is applied and these type of messages are being generated. This MD5 hash generator is just an example to make you understand. One of my student has shown me and came up with this, and I'm very glad about it. So let's keep going. In this, once this is done, please make sure, please note down any two algorithms. I don't want anything in deep, but I want you all to come up with two small paragraphs about any two algorithms and how they work. Please let me know in the comment section, yes, that you'll be doing that, or that the two algorithms, because that will help you understand how the hashing actually works, how it is even generated. And if we move forward, see, as every message has its unique hash value. So if somebody else is trying to replicate it, we can identify it very easily. So this is like different shapes. So yeah, as we have seen in that video as well as this video about the same thing, that each unique each hash value has this unique shape or number or so. So let's say if somebody else has already replicated it, and it's very easy for us to understand that it's been replicated because we already have that data stored. So let's keep moving, and when we talk about this, one second. So yeah, the hash, the block will contain the amount, address and the timestamp. Yesterday when we were discussing about the structure of a block, it was header, transaction and hash. So all these together will be stored in a block. So when this information is together, they are converted into many algorithms and all. A hash generator will help us to get one transaction ID, which is very tough to replicate. Like let's say it has a timestamp of when I made the transaction. It has the details about I'm talking about a block. It has the details about the sender, the receiver, and let's say about the amount in it. So all this information is mixed up, and it is run through many different algorithms, and one transaction ID is generated. And can anything like this be same? Like let's say one thing happened at 3:23 at 5th of May or so, and the sender's name, receiver's name and some amount. Can that ever repeat in life? Can the same thing ever happen again? Because once the time is gone, it can never come back. So using all these the information in the block, a unique number, here we call it as transaction ID. In a point of transaction, it is generated. So let's keep going. So yeah, first the Genesis block will be there. Yeah, one second. First there is Genesis block. In this Genesis block has certain set of information, and it is sending its information to hash. And the next block which is being, let's say this is my block A, this is my block B. Block B will be containing information about block A. So let's say if somebody is trying to change block A, block B will be easily able to identify, and it goes on. It is block C contains the information about block B as well. So all these are interconnected, and all these share the data automatically, together. That is the reason it is secure. So let's come back to our own, let's say, yeah. So let's recap what we have learned. We learned about what is a Bitcoin. I hope you got it. And we learned about how they are mined, and also how many Bitcoins have been mined so far. Can anybody let me know in the comment section how many Bitcoins have been mined so far? While I open the next session, I request you all to please let me know. If you have any questions, let's take a 5-minute small time to questions, whichever you have. So once you give me your questions, or at least no questions, I will move forward to the next session, because I just want this to be clear, as the next session has a little bit more about, in deep information about all this. $19.57 million Bitcoins have been mined so far. That's a good thing. And now, no, 19.57 needs to be mined yet. Only 1.5 million Bitcoins have been mined, and the limit is 21 million Bitcoins, and you cannot mine more than that. So as you cannot mine more than that, and 21 million Bitcoins will have their own unique ID and nobody can replicate it, there is no way that it's going to face inflation or concepts as so. Right? So any more questions? Please let me know. Okay, 19 million. Wow. Okay, that's right. And any more questions about this encryption and symmetric and asymmetric encryption? Any questions about it? And I also wanted you all to ask which is better. So can you please answer the same, which is better, asymmetric or symmetric, and why? Please put the reason as well, so that we'll check if it's what we say, it's valid. So far, I hope there is no questions. I will move on to the next session then. And also, please make a note, I completely forgot. Please make a note about these algorithms, and I want you all to write a paragraph or two. Please note any two or possibly all. Yeah, these algorithms. Please let me know that you have noted down the algorithms, because it's not, you don't have to go deep into it, but please understand how they work, or at least a small para about them. You'll be having them in the assignment as well. Take any two of it. I've got an answer about the asymmetric cryptography, and yes, because it has two keys and even the sender and receiver will not know both of them, so that helps even more better security. Keys, yes. So our next session will be about decentralization. I will be sharing the screen, a small issue from our end. That is the reason I'm not able to share it. Please give me a minute or so, and we'll complete it as soon as possible in order to achieve, in order to complete it as well. I'll do one thing, I'll just log in off here. Asymmetric, perfect. अरे यार So yeah, we are back, and so sorry for the disconnection. So next topic is introduction to decentralization. This is a very important topic, and I'm so sure you have been observing that this topic has been repeating more than it should. Like it's been there in every single presentation, every single topic which we talk about, and it's very important as well. So let's learn deep about it. So let's understand decentralization. Decentralization means sharing power among many instead of giving it to all one person or a group. It's like playing a game where everybody gets the turn to be a leader. So leave about this, but decentralized is nothing but a group of people. Like let's say a group of friends, and everybody has a say in it. Everybody can come up with their own ideas, and it is accepted by all, and they all come up with one single answer, and so on. So there are two types of systems, that is centralized and decentralized system. So in centralized system, it's like having one big boss who make all the decisions. So that centralized systems are the companies which we say in our daily life, like, right? So even in our schools, so student, teacher, principal, it goes on. It's centralized system. And decentralized system, it's like having a group of friends who would work together and share decisions. So when you observe this, I want you all to understand which is better. Which one do you think is better? A centralized system or a decentralized system? Just give me in the comment section which one do you think is better, and we will discuss more about centralized and decentralized. So meanwhile you give the comments, I'll keep going. Peer-to-peer network. So let's talk about this. Imagine each person in a club has a special walkie-talkie and they talk asymmetric because it has two keys. Okay, it's still there. Yeah. Imagine each person in the club has a special walkie-talkie. They talk directly to each other without needing a leader. So it's like if one person is talking, everybody else will know that this person is talking, right? This way everyone can share information and they can make their decisions together. So let's say this one, we can take an example in our daily life, that traffic police. So let's say they all belong to some area, and if one person talks, every other walkie-talkie will be having the whatever this person talks, and vice versa. So this will ensure that your data has been you have there's a transparency, I would say. Okay, centralized is better. Okay, if that is the case, when we discuss, you'll understand which is better and why we should adopt decentralized systems. So yeah, let's come back to this point. Peer-to-peer network. So it's like the traffic police, right? So that they can coordinate, so that nobody else will come in between and they will know what is happening. So, but what are the benefits of having this decentralized into blockchain? First thing, security, and second thing, transparency, third thing, trust. So security. It's harder for the bad guys to mess things up because everyone is watching. It's transparent. Everybody has the information, whoever belongs to that blockchain. So if a third person, if the third eye person comes into this blockchain and tries to do some fraud, there's no way, because everybody knows what is happening. Everybody will be watching. Transparency. Everybody can see what's going on, so nobody can cheat. As even in among the blockchain, if some people are in the blockchain and wants to do something, there's no way, because every other person has this access and every other person knows what is going on. So there is no way that other person can involve or make a fraud in it. Trust. And let's say we have seen many companies these days, or banks. Let's say they start off with taking your money, they gain your trust and all, and suddenly they're vanished, and many people have lost their money and assets in the same. So here it's a matter of trust. You have to trust that bank, you have to trust that person, you have to have a lot of inquiries and all. But here in a blockchain network, if you want to join, you can have a lot of trust, because you don't have to rely on them, you don't have to rely on that blockchain. It's about everybody. Everybody will know. Even it's transparent for the outside world, it's transparent for the people in blockchain. Of course the data is not going to be shared, but everybody will know what is happening. So that is the reason we can rely more on decentralized systems. So let's keep moving, and probably this will be the last topic of our session, but we'll discuss a lot about it, and we'll also open a thing for questions. That is, we'll be having half an hour time for the questions, Q&A. Anyways, so let's start. Comparison for decentralized and centralized. So first thing, data flow. What do you mean by data flow? Data flow is nothing but the information shared among the peer group. So in centralized, it should go from a central point. So I'll just take an example to explain you the same. Let's say there's a boss. He hired around, let's say, 4 people. And the boss will have the information about all these 4 people. And these 4 people hired around another 10 people. So they will have the access to the information about the 10 people. And also the boss will have the access to all this. But among that 10 people, will that person have the access to the information about the boss and about the 4 people hired? No. So the data flow will be through the central point, that is from the boss. It'll just get separated like a big chain. But in decentralized, data flows through various points. Like there's no specific boss or there's no person who will be sharing this data. So among the blockchain, no, everybody can share, everybody can, put up their points. So that is how data flow works in centralized and decentralized. So the next one is data communication flow. So data flow was just about the information, but here data communication. Here communication indicates informing. Let's say the students have to report to the teacher needs to report to the principal need to report to somebody else, like let's say the dean, and the dean needs to, so it keeps going. So the data flow is vertical. It goes line by line, right? So I mean to say, there is no one specific point, and like you can keep going in the form of decentralized. So the data is open for everybody and it's free and everybody can access. It's not like you have to report to other person and they'll only have the data. So let's say the school will have the data about all the students, but the student cannot have data about all the teacher. Okay, I didn't get you. Need explanation regarding? May I know what you need explanation for? Nice explanation. Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry. I read it wrong. Thank you so much. Anyways, let's continue and let's go to the next topic. That is decision making. So here, of course, the boss is the person who needs to make this decision. Let's say there's a contractor and he needs to make the decision about who will be designing the plan. He needs to make the decision about who will be controlling this place, and he needs to make the decision about who's constructing it. But in decentralized, let's say everybody will have a say. It's a group of people and everybody will have a say in it, and let's say everybody agrees on it, then only the decision will be made. As we saw a video before, we had this thing called when did we agree on something? That's a joke. But then there, if you want to make a change in that blockchain, everybody needs to agree on it and everybody needs to find it that it's agreeable, that it should be happening, the change has to happen. But here in centralized, you don't have a say and you can't make a decision on your own, right? You need to report to your superior and they will make a decision, right? Next, let's keep going. So right now, whatever we have mass adoption, like the adoption, we all adopt the centralized way. We don't adopt the decentralized way. So the point is, we all got used to this centralized structure. We all got used to this centralized system. And now, in decentralized, very few companies, this is not about the blockchains or this is not about something related, but in general, decentralized and centralized systems are being adopted. As of now, it's always the centralized, but can you all put it in the comment section or the chat box that which company has started using decentralized? I want you all to check it, browse internet, understand, see which company is using decentralized, and maybe we can come up, many startups these days are using decentralized methods, because there are many reasons. Can you guess one or two? I will be telling one, maybe you can tell me the other ones. So the first thing is, let's say you have employees in the company, you started with a cause and everybody is in it. As everybody has a say and everybody's words are valid, everybody will be having everybody will be having a say, and their decision or their point of view or their ideas are going to be respected. So that is the reason you can hold that person. That person will stay in the company. And in this centralized way, if one person ruins it, and other person might get, he or she will not be comfortable enough to put up his points because he's scared, because he doesn't have a say in it. But coming to decentralized, this person will have a say in it. Yes, I got a comment. Johnson & Johnson is using decentralized systems. So in this, it's not completely decentralized, the whole company, but there's a board where everybody's decisions are respected and there is no owner for Johnson and Johnson company in particular. The whole board members will be a owner, and whole board members are using this decentralized system for for their companies running or so. So I'm so glad that the chat box is very, it's filled with answers and many are interacting today, and it's I appreciate that, and let's continue the same flow, so on. So let's keep going. The next part, data security and privacy. So here, this privacy issue is standard as difficult agencies and governments can track the flow. So let's say I have a company and I have certain set of money and there's an income tax right. And without a second thought, I'll have to show all my documents, I have to show all my transactions, I need an explanation. It's like I need to explain a third person about my data and my issues. And do you think it's even private? No more. Because even though it's from IT department, he is a third person, right? Yes or no? So that means I'm sharing my data with another third person and it's not secure anymore. And coming to decentralized, it is known for data security as well as high levels of privacy. But how is it even private? The thing is, as decentralized systems are always transparent, when they are transparent, everybody will know when a transaction or so took place or a data flow happens, but nobody will know what is in the data. And once everything is transparent, why will a third person will even have will even have a thing to ask, or they won't even need your details or so, right? So that is how it works. But when it comes to centralized, you need to report to some person. And then let's go to the next one, failure. Subject to effects on single point failure. So here let me take an example. That is, we have a contractor, and he is dealing with all the stuff about the plan, about the building plan and so. So here what happens is, let's say the building it was not able to withstand and it's no more. So it's a failure for the whole company. If one person, let's say, as we were talking about the central point, that is the boss, if one person makes a mistake, it's a failure for the whole company, right? If he or she takes the bad decision, it's going to affect the whole company, the people in it, the contracts in it, or whatever so. But when it comes to decentralized, different type of access points and nodes through which data can pass, and the risk of single point failure is very low. So this point means that, let's say, as we are making decisions, when one person will have a say in it, every person will have a say in it. So we came up with different ideas, I would say. And if it's right or not, as we have many different POVs all around us in the blockchain, there is no way that a failure can happen, because everybody will give their point of views. So again, this is not completely related to blockchain and all, but this is very necessary to understand the same technology in a better way. So decentralized and centralized system indicate in general, and in blockchain, this is just to tell that in blockchain we will be using decentralized in a better way. Next, the last point is authority. So in authority, let's say there's a boss, there are few employees and they have employees under them, and there's a construction worker in the end. So this person cannot talk directly to the boss. Can he or she talk to the boss? No, right? He doesn't have this authority, or he won't even have the access to actually talk to them. But then in decentralized system, every small person, every big person will have their own say, and they'll have access points. So this will ensure a smooth flow, like nobody will have one single authority to take decisions, and it's not like one person is great and one person is not. This is again just talking about this decentralized and centralized systems. I'm taking daily world examples to make the concepts in a better way, so that once we understand the difference between them, then we can go on with our regular blockchain technology questions. So this is what I would like to say. Let's recap whatever we have discussed so far, and let's take a few points. And I request you all to please make a note of whatever has been done in the sessions, because you'll be having assignments, and in this one assignment question will be, please come up with an algorithm that which before I was showing you, and also I want you all to come up with a small paragraph about which is better, centralized or decentralized, and the reasons. I've already given you enough reasons to it, which you can make your own plan accordingly. But I want you all to, let's say you're only starting a company or so, which one would you prefer, centralized or decentralized? Please let me know that in your comment section, and we'll move forward. So I will be just taking 2 or 3 minutes to recap what we have learned in today's 2 sessions, so that we will end the session with the Q&A, and tomorrow we will be starting the case studies, and those things are super interesting. And the case studies will actually, what we say, help us how to put this blockchain technology and learning this, how to put that into real world. And a recent example is we can use it in elections. So as the elections are happening, so we'll learn a lot more in that and how it can help us in our daily life. So let's go back to this session and see what all we have learned today. So first thing, what is cryptography? And we understood the cryptography is nothing but it's like combinations and permutations of one single thing which we that's the data in the block. So it will make a very secret code with many algorithms used in it to make one single code. And this code cannot be replicated because the data in it once entered cannot be changed and it cannot be replicated again, right? So the next one was the 3 basic concepts, that was encryption, de-encryption and key generation. So encryption was turning a message into secret code, de-encryption was turning our secret code into the original message, and key generation is nothing but the password which we have. So here there are 2 types, symmetric and asymmetric. In symmetric, we use the same key to lock it and unlock it, just like our net banking accounts or so. In asymmetric, there are 2 different keys. It's like a 2-step verification. That's what we see in our daily lives, right? 2-step verification, or you need 2 passwords to actually log in into your account, or even for logging out. So that ensures a lot of security, as we were already talking, and I got many comments that asymmetric cryptography is way better. Yes, so this is the thing, and I want you all to just make a little more, learn about asymmetric encryption, because in blockchain we'll be using asymmetric encryption more. So let's come with the examples. Examples. These examples are, you can use these daily life examples to actually teach the students. If their teachers here, of course, many teachers are here. Please use your daily things, maybe a secret code, or let's say use Morse code to explain them how these work. In symmetric, it works in that way. That is, only the person A and person B will know, and no other people will know that language. We can use Morse code as an example. But in asymmetric, it's like a 2-step verification, 2-step authentication, where 2 passwords are required to lock it as well as unlock it. And even person A and person B, whoever is locking and unlocking it, will not know each other's passwords or the keys. So this ensures very good security in order to keep your data very safe. And we also learned about hashing and the algorithms we use to generate this hash. So one more thing we learned today was tomorrow we won't have a session. Again, Monday we'll be having a session. I've got a message in the chat box that we won't have a session tomorrow, we'll have it on Monday. So let's keep going. Again, cryptographic hash functions. In this, it's like converting whatever information you have into one single unique code that nobody will understand and nobody can try to replicate your data. So once you have this unique ID and nobody else can use it. So here we took an example with MD5 hash generator. So let's say I'll write my name and I'll write, I'll generate one and it will be different. So for this is my thing, and if I put even a semicolon or even a full stop, the whole message will change. And if I go back with the same thing, my message will come back, because see, it's the same, because each data will have its own hash function, and this is MD5. And but in blockchain, just to make it non-replicable, just to make it very safe and unique, we use many algorithms together to produce one hash function. So this hash function is stored in the next block, which has been connected to the blockchain, right? So yeah, let's keep going about this. Yeah, let's go to the next session. Just we'll have a quick recap. Yeah, introduction to decentralization. As we've been discussed a lot and we are discussing about decentralization, let's just have a quick recap, and I'll give the session for Q&A where you can put up your questions. So decentralized systems mean sharing power among people. So yeah, Johnson & Johnson, yes, great. That is one company which has been using decentralization, decentralized systems into their companies in order to maintain its identity and safety as well. So let's keep going. So we have two type of systems. One is centralized and one is decentralized. In centralized, it's like it goes on with one person and under him few, and the company keeps growing in that way. It's like a triangle. But in decentralized, we don't have any specific thing like one person will be taking care. There's no one big boss, and everybody is like friends, and everybody's points will have they'll have their say in the particular blockchain, and everybody's decisions are being respected, and everybody's decisions will be taken care of. And let's keep going. The next topic is peer-to-peer interaction. Next one was peer-to-peer network. Here we took an example of our daily life traffic policemen, right? So let's say one whole area will have one walkie-talkie, and where if one person talks, everybody else can hear. So it's super transparent. Of course, there might be not safety when we talk in real terms, but then that is the best example to make everybody understand how peer-to-peer network actually works, and even how blockchain works. So let's say if you're seeing a person that he's been talking in the walkie-talkie, it's transparent that you can see that they have been talking to other person, but we don't know what they're talking. So that is how blockchain is related to this. So we know when a transaction or when a data has been transferred, but nobody will know what is in the data. So yeah, that is the walkie-talkie example we took, and in this everyone will talk, and everyone will make a decision together. So what are the benefits of decentralized? One is security. No other bad person even can get into the chain, and no other person can try to change the data. And transparency. Everybody will know what is going on. So nobody, even in the transparency is not just for the outsiders, it's also for the insiders, whoever is in the blockchain, whoever is part of the blockchain, and also the people outside. Because everybody will know what is happening, but nobody might know the data, right? And the trust. The last part is we don't have to rely on a person or a company, and there's no point of growing your trust into thing. As everybody will know, everybody will have the say to question, and everybody will be able to take care of it. And the last part we discussed today was centralization and decentralization. So we had certain set of things, that is data flow and adoption and all. So if let's go on. I'll just repeat it once more, and then we'll end the session with Q&A. Yeah. So in centralized, it should be from a single point. The data flows, like the data which whatever we have, only the boss will have every single data, right? But then the worker who is down there will not have the data of all the employees in here. So that is about the data flow. But in decentralized, person Z will know what is happening to person A. I mean, like the data about person A, not what is in, but the transaction, I mean to say. And data communication flow. Here, person Z cannot talk to person A in centralized. But in decentralized, it's free and it's open, that everybody will have a say in it. And the third one is decision making. Here, the whole responsibility lies with one person, that is one server. So if we talk all these topics in the terms of computers, there's one server. Let's say if that one server crashes, every other thing crashes. So that's the reason we have to keep it carefully, and if one server is malfunctioning or so, every other is going to be happening the same. But in decentralized, if let's say one server got virus, and nothing will happen to others because everybody's data is already safe, and we can simply remove that the server which was attacked, or the one which is malfunctioning, we can simply put it out and your data is safe. So that is about decentralized. And adoption, very few are adopting decentralized systems, but it's going to become a boom. In next 10 years, many companies will be using decentralized systems because it will ensure the integrity of the employees who are working there. It will ensure many point of views, and it's not like one person is being put below. As we were already talking, Johnson & Johnson company has already implemented this in 2017, and many other companies are looking forward for the same. Next, and talking about the data security and privacy, in centralized, we cannot ever assure that your data or your transactions are safe, because any other person such as government can come in and ask for all the information. They can track all the information as it is centralized, and even if they find something goes wrong, they all will be here. But in decentralized, there is a high level of privacy and no other person can enter, because there is no way that some fraud or something can happen, right? Just give me a minute. Next. So in centralized, if there is one point that fails, the whole company is going to fail. That is that one server. As we were talking before, in the terms of computers, if one server fails, every other server connected to it, every other thing connected to it is going to fail. But in decentralized, there are different nodes. There are different, let's say, as we were talking, one block will have many other blocks in it, right? Yesterday, we discussed about the same. So these big blocks can be called as nodes. Each node. So even if one block in the other one fails, there's nothing that is going to happen to the other blocks or blocks in the chain. So it's all super safe, and that's how there's no way of failure happening in decentralized systems. And the last one is nothing but authority. Here we know, and we all are facing the same, like many companies, especially in India, are always centralized. There are many, very, very few startups that are implementing decentralized systems into the companies. So here there is systematic reservation. The person Z cannot talk to person A without the permission of all the people in between, or without their access. But in decentralized, everybody is involved, everybody is vested in charge, and everybody is an access point. If you want some information, you'll get it everywhere. So that is it for today. I request you all to put your questions, if you have any, in the comment box, and I will be clearing them. Please let me know. I'll be waiting here for another 15 minutes. Please let me know. No questions also, please put it in the chat box. And if you have anything regarding the assignments, any question, any queries, please put it in the chat box and I can help you with it. or if no questions also, please put it in the chat box. Let's keep it interactive so that it's benefited for both of us. Please share your point of views, and also about the yesterday's question. If you want to explain the decentralized system to any other person, how do we do that? How do we come up with a better idea about the blockchain? If you have even a tiny single idea, I'm open to it, and it's great that you're coming up. So please put up if you have anything. I will wait for some more time for your questions or for your answers about how to make people understand blockchain in a better way, what activity we can come up with. That was my question yesterday. So I hope at least one among you came up with a small idea, even if it's very tiny, and I'll be grateful for the same. That there are no questions at all. So if you have any, please contact me as well, or you can put it in the chat box, and at least in the next class I will make sure I answer all your questions. So as of now, if you have any questions, please put them up. Otherwise, we'll meet on Monday again, and please make sure you come up with at least one single paragraph about those algorithms and also an activity. So that is the assignment you'll be having. So please make sure you come up with all of them, and try to put it in the chat box in the next class when we have blockchain again. And in that way it's more interactive, and I also understand that you are able to understand the concepts which I've been taking, and that means it's clear, right? Consider there are no questions, and I'll be ending the stream. We'll meet on Monday, so y'all can go for your lunch. Thank you so much.